that was a rather dramatic pause. Alright. Window on. Sound on. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're finally gonna start Trial 2.3, 2-3, whatever. Point is, I've been holding off for a long time, and I really want to see what happens. Oh man, I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. I cliffhangered myself, and I had to wait because streaming was just not possible for the past few days. So, now that streaming is possible, let's get going. Let's freaking go! Before I get started though, my name is LogicBlade. I stream on Twitch, report all my videos to YouTube, so if you want to help support the channel, please like, comment, subscribe, follow me here. Do whatever it is that you need to do to boost algorithms, because every little bit helps. With all that said, thank you Half-Aches for the follow. I wasn't streaming when you followed, but still, regardless, thank you very much. And let's get started. Let's just hop right in. I don't care that nobody's here right now. People will come. I believe in you. I believe in you all. It's 10:30 on a Saturday. Surely not everyone's hungover, right? Right? I don't know. Whatever. 24th of October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows! Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry, I don't follow? Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation. Arouse at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then. As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh, sorry, wrong voice again. I didn't know who was cutting in. Sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow. Why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me. Are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. The mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot of the yard are just doing what we can. The shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Sorry, in the shadow. Well then, Professor Harebrain, this is it. Today, we're gonna lay this all to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose. He'll be in there today, will he? Dreba. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much.
Counsel, and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once.
Alright. This is it then. The final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. October 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. 9:30 is not first thing in the morning. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? Prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes. My apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexities of this case rise considerably. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. Oh my god. These animations, though. Oh, pristine. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. Couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia. So there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but... oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed?
Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law.
Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and, then sit on one. That's it, isn't it?
It wasn't like this in my day. It wasn't like this at all.
If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. No, it's the same jury. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons.
It was what? An explosion! This is an outrage!
No, Corncob Girl was always there, she just didn't say much. The magician and the scientist were there in the last case, too. Yes, I heard the grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ash in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Gasp. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine, and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection.
As Lord Van Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asmund. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Damn, Ryunosuke's going hard. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zeeks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you two? I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated with connection in another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? Most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. No bearing my ass. Yeah, no kidding. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. God, these animations are crazy. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. I still haven't pinned down a voice for him. The kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asmon's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't, it's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Ugh. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asmon had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But, crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talented scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident? Or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by the misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Alright then. Let's break this testimony down. Because, oh boy, it's a long one. Actually, it's not that long. It's only five things.
Hold it!
So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asmon himself? Not really. By chance I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So, why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is all I did is construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick.
Hold it!
It's clear that you both have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic. However, the more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment could not have been a trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double.
Hold it!
Of course, that's it! Mr. Asman was a twin!
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Sithe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman, then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Does it have something to do with the professor's waxwork model? Is the professor's true face, similar to Odie Asman's? Is that what's going on? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the Crystal Tower. It crashed headfirst, you say? According to the many witnesses from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another one of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know? According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver, believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. A terrible accident, I grant you. But the science which the machine was built was flawed somehow. So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo! The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of staged trickery rather than genuine science, we'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man on the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it! And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Alright. Sorry, I need to look at our new information in the court record here. So we've got quite a few things. There's this. I've actually examined this one before, but just checking it out again. We gotta find out where this blood stain comes from. Okay, well, that's that. We've also got this piece of broken glass. We've got our science trophy here. We finally can examine this head. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that is true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. There has to be something else worth examining on this, isn't there? Anything at all? Just the lock? Alright. Condemned Professor. Name blanked out, redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym. The Professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. Not Courtney Sithe. Interesting. Very interesting. And here's what it looks like post-explosion. There is something that's dropped into the bottom there. Well, it's just the fact that it's open is interesting, considering it was closed when we first looked at it. Alright, so my idea is that he used the waxwork as a body double. So I'm going to present this piece of broken glass.
Objection!
No. Surely something about that last statement seems odd, doesn't it? Sure it does, but this was the wrong piece of evidence to present to that. I'm kind of making leaps in logic here, so I can't really say that's the right answer. But maybe if I present...
Objection!
Nope. Alright. Construct the machine to its precise specifications. It was no trick. Well, show as a fraud. It would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin?
Objection!
The defense would have to object to that last statement, my lord. Nope. Alright, I'm not sure what I'm doing with this one. This is interesting. Causing damage.
Hold it!
Oh, fuck. Okay. Causing damage to its base. I got it. I got it. I just did the wrong thing here. So, fortunately, I ended up pressing a statement, and it happened to be the last statement, so... Alright. Sorry, but that's not the case.
Objection!
We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. This isn't admissible, is it? No, this is totally admissible. This was found at the scene. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom? The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of staged trickery. Ugh. Good gracious! Explain yourself, witness! Well... If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
But multiple witnesses report claim that it fell head first. The birdcage materialized into the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness report amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all. Nearly had him there. Dude's got some moves. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. But there is. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes.
Hold it!
Nope, I did not mean to press that statement. I meant to go back, but I pressed the left trigger because I thought the left trigger would go back. It does not. So I gotta do this again. It's okay, there might be new, text here. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, no, this is... I need to save first before going to the present menu. So, I'm going to present the sketch of the Crystal Tower because there is one other place he could have fallen from. Is that the right thing to present, though? What else could I present?
Objection!
Yeah. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the Crystal Tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there's one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No! Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on the same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Ha, gotcha. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber, it was you who built the kinesis machine. Which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could have only been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Objection!
God, those damage animations are so good. These animations are so good. Yep. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. Yeah, good morning, Sora. You portray your Japanese heritage bandana, bro. Well, he's not wearing his bandana right now, because he's the masked man. Oh my god, Kazuma's just C. Help. This is him in his Azure Siegfried arc. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the Kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. This is also the 3rd case that he's been in, because he was in case 1-1, as our bandana bro, in case 2, as a dead body, like Crow, and then now he's here in case 3 as, Azure Prosecutor, Azure Sogi. Oh my god, I gotta stop. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Yeah, are we sure it wasn't a double with the man on the stage? That's what I'm thinking. I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks? Contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations for government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Ugh. Well, there's the government grant money. I don't think that provision's in his Asman's clause with Hairbrain here. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Ugh. Ah! It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Alright. We've got new evidence to look at. Ryunosuke, my boy. Don't despair just yet. The investor, Mr. Odi Asman, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high-voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all I can't say remunerations, for the life of me, for government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. And these appear to be both their signatures. Don't we have Enoch's business card? I guess we don't. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Oh. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear. The same applies to the culprit. Get to the point! The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So, if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he's really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. So, what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? Well, if he's got an accomplice, we have to name it. Who the hell would his accomplice be? Asmon himself? I'm gonna name Asmon himself, see where we can go from here. I just saved. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel? Am I seriously accusing the coroner? Is that what they're trying to lead me towards? Okay, I'm gonna try the coroner first. My lord? You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Miss Susato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same way to the enemy. Alright then. Here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Council. Now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Sithe. What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Sithe! The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. We know that there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can have only been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Sithe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. This really feels like throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. You've got nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the Yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better deadroom worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Why do you claim? Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must also have been one person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? Wax, it was wax, I'm calling it. Yeah, I'm calling it too. What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? What do I do here? Do I present evidence? Or do I name someone? Let me try naming someone first and see where this leads me. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by revealing the identity of the person who acted as Mr. Asman's body double. Be my guest. Give us a name. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! In place of Mr. Asman in the second birdcage was...
Take that!
That doesn't appear to be the answer. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. That's better. Good gracious! Evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would have only seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! Body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Miss Uzato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Oh, it's been here the entire time?
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now, tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
When did we submit this for evidence? I know, we submitted the head. You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? We found the head in Enoch Drabber's laboratory. It was inside the balloon. That was in his room when we were like, oh yeah, he's doing anti-gravity stuff. No, he's not. If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Hairbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Two Spells. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Ah!
Yep.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner, on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty.
Guilty.
God damn it.
Guilty.
God damn it.
Guilty.
We're on the right track,
Guilty!
but we gotta do this
Kill
again.
me.
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached consensus. I knew that was gonna happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do, and uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm gonna have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. We didn't even have to say, yo, we demand a summation examination. He's just like, we know you're going to demand it, man.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never been accomplice to anything.
It's utter nonsense to think that these two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without right evidences is not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. They're probably related. I mean, they look really similar. Yep. I mean, we don't know what the professor looks like, though. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build is in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity as suggesting it was Mr. Asmund's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary. That's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. And we're gonna find a way out of it by saving again. Alright, that's enough saving. Let's go. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Alright, let's press some statements.
Hold it!
The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes, when needs must. What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a Metropolitan Police Service in town for about 70 years, you know? Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now, and she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Sithe, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was. I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. Now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We were all out to hold justice, lad. Full of vim we were. Full of vim.
That's coming across loud and clear. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. And that's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Sithe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right. Oh. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Hey Lenny, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're still in the middle of the trial. We just started the summation examination. Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. I was waiting all week for this. I know, right? It's so good. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were to somehow have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Sithe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know.
Hold it!
Why don't you trust the police, sir? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Who are you calling a mass murderer?
Well, oh, sorry. My mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you want to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do.
Back in my day. Back in the good old days. It wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best, and the apple in the force's eye.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Sorry, got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Sithe's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married.
Of course, yeah. Silly me. It's Sithe now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing. Not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not. Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. Legendary coroner, even then.
Hold it!
She was legendary, was she?
What did you say? That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team.
Legendary was your description, sir, not mine.
Rubbish! That word never passed my lips. I never describe anybody that way. Ever! Not if they were still in the game.
I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Sithe is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair?
It would! If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that legendary. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Hold it!
But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person.
But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Maybe. Let's try it. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxworker was inside that birdcage. Namely...
Take that!
I knew this would be relevant at some point. Bluff until you get somewhere sensible. Yep.
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. Also, holy shit, I dropped a lot of frames all of a sudden. Hopefully, things are going alright. Let me just check my doohickey, see if anything else is, like, messing around here. Nope. Discord, neither Discord nor Chrome are fucking up, so it's just a weird hiccup. Okay. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
Holy smoke!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated. Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage.
Hold it!
Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir.
Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude.
Oh. Thank you, science.
What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects?
What is it about scientists? Honestly. Thank you, almighty science. I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Colonel Culp? He's been growing big back on the farm. Picked him off on my way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is. Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial. Ooh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I'm somewhat big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see? You're talking about your cob of corn. Nibble, nobble, guilty, bobble. Nibble, not, guilty, out. Nibble, nobble, guilty, bobble. Nibble, not, guilty, out. Oh god, stop. Stop, please. I broke the game. Perhaps it's akin to fortune-telling with flower petals like people do back home. So Professor's harebrained fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Ooh, I don't know about that. My tum's awfully full already. Amazing. I love this pun. That's a good pun. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asmund's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it, too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean while it's trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book while eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this. Right. Yes. Oh. Damn it. I was going right because I was like, oh yeah, there's another guy to her right, but there's not. It starts at 6. That's what I'm thinking. The presence of the piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage. Actually, I'm gonna go with this. I'm gonna pit one against 6. And the reason I'm gonna do that is because of a piece of evidence we have in our disposal right now. And that piece of evidence we have in our disposal is the autopsy report. Courtney Stevens was the coroner of the professor. I need to press 2 again?
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? Yeah, this is the same testimony. Demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Sithe would be enough. Yeah, so... you can't present evidence in these summation examinations. As much as I would like to. But that doesn't make sense. But there's a connection to the case, so I'm gonna pit these two statements.
Objection!
Those two statements are fundamentally at odds with one another. That is the wrong thing you should be saying.
Objection!
Nope, that's also not the one. Okay.
Objection!
There we go. Alright. It was some combination of these ones. It's 2 with 6. There we go. These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? There doesn't appear to be. I imagine they have something different to say, but it all starts the same. Like, these two statements are clearly at odds with one another. And the judge is like, no, they're not. So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Sithe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Sithe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Sithe to the mass murderer known as the Professor.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor's? But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens. Strike a light! It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Sithe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Two Spells. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asmund, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Sithe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. So you just gotta appeal to the shipper's heart. That's all you gotta do.
Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day. We're still here to uphold justice in the end.
Thank you, Officer Ottermole. Alright, maybe we press the statement some more. Maybe.
Hold it!
Or this guy now. But we're... Alright, I'm gonna pit 1 and 4 against each other now. We're gonna see if that does something for me.
Hold it!
Oh, fuck, I meant to pit. I meant to pit.
Objection!
Nope. Well, Mr. Form. Ah, there's to be a new Herlock Sholmes adventure published next month, by the looks. My lord, the foreman of the jury isn't listening. Is that so? Well, I shall have to reserve myself a copy at the local newsagent in that case. Miss Susato, no one's listening to what I'm saying. Perhaps this would be a good opportunity to have a rethink then, Mr. Naruhodo. Fear not, my learned friend. I heard every sorry word. Ugh. Sounds like I'm on the wrong track here. I better think again. Well, alright.
Hold it!
Let's see if there's anything new to say. Please use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Oh, at least Van Zeeks is listening. Yep, we can always count on Baroque. He's our good friend. He always listens to good lawyers like us. Calling us a good lawyer might be a bit of a stretch. Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home. Yes, like a Scotland yardstick. I wonder how a policeman would feel listening to the way this juror speaks about the force. Okay, so I haven't actually listened to the rest of his statement. Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort money from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, and this is why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild that I think I'll take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. I'm sure he'd have a word or two to say in response. I mean, he did. We pressed that already, so obviously.
Hold it!
Zykes is a yikes. Thank you for considering your position, sir. Oh, thanks, science. Thanks, science. Please, thanks, science.
Hold it!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that coroner to court with you? No. Colonel Kolb. Everybody loves Colonel Kolb. Nibble nobble. Alright, so I think I've gotten everything I can get out of these, so I just have to figure out who to press. On the other hand, it explains a lot. Okay. Yeah, we got everything and there's no new stuff there. The Yard Coroner's under suspicion that we're not done here yet, are we? Clearly.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Normally the joke juror isn't actually, like, relevant. If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Ooh, you mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. The accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Ooh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Kolb, to be honest. Of course you don't. But he's not a joke. He's Viren Bolshevik, and he's looking for a way to the Crystal Tower.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it'd be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Well, me too, then. Sorry? If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Kolb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Thank you, Colonel Cobb. Success. If you can call it that. Thank you, Counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue. We did it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. A waxwork of the despicable professor used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sithe. And I'm convinced there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad, but I really don't.
I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. The court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case. And the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Two Spells. I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Two Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare for her taking the stand. Madame Two Spells, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Don't worry, we're gonna keep going. You're gonna see your wifey, Lenny. To be continued.
Onward! Onward!
24th of October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Ah, the knight errant himself! Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I ain't stream until you're done. Oh, shit. I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask, what on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Oh, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies! Ah ha ha ha! As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow. Throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Sithe, and Lord Van Zeeks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. Courtney has a very good theme. Dr. Sithe? Ah, Dr. Courtney Sithe, née Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. Was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you, as it happens, Dr. Sithe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice! I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit.
Strongheart really likes throwing us under the carriage. Certainly does.
I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
I like Sholmes. Sholmes is such a good bro.
Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that, as you gnaw away at the truth.
Bit of a colacho, though. I guess. I don't know what a colacho is, but I can assume by context. He is a bit flaky.
What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter, then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what.
Final chapter? Dude, we have 2 cases left.
Oh. Oh, I see. 12:40 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of the court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? Prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord, are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Two-Spells? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Two-Spells to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means that he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Sithe. And what connects the pair of them is this waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. I don't like the looks of that. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Two-Spells. I'm a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Two-Spells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. I can't believe Sholmes is gonna die. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand that it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim? At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my Odious Personages exhibit. Because his name is Odie Asman. He's an odious man. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd! Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits get his hands on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem that you are unaware of the Two-Spells principles. What principles? The family Two Spells has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Two Spells waxwork from the times of the French Revolution. A member of the Two Spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually, at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Two Spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous! It's out of the question! The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Two Spells special exhibit remains extremely popular, even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. Alright. Time to press this witch. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Two Spells family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger, and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. The gravedigger! The man sanctioned this! Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? So, you truly sought the face of that monster! Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Two Spells would not be Two Spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, Madame. A truly blood-curdling scene, in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what had happened, reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Sithe. And there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Sithe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Was Drebber the gravedigger? I don't think that's been established. Alright. Let's press some statements. And that rumor would be A 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Ah, right. I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb, and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
The corpse climbed out of his own grave?
And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But was it just a story?
I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterward, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe.
Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful?
It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry?
10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see.
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
What is going on in this case? I don't know.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then?
It is. Assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sorts of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me, Commissar.
No!
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. Hard wax.
And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of two spells. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Two Spells Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse? Oui, exactement.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought! Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of a visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. Wriggly mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. Huh, I wonder about that information the court just heard from Madame Two Spells. Oh, it's definitely significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. Thank you, Susato. A body has been discovered! Somebody died from your pun, Susato! This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien sûr. Took me a very long time before it was the onset of rigor mortis.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death? I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that right? Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well-versed in the subject. No more puns. Nothing but puns, Sora. No. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you'd like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear. I'll do my very best. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Hold it!
The great pun attorney. Yep. You say that dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then? Approximately. Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed, it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If someone had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame. I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? I mean, I think it is, but I'm not sure if I need to present evidence or anything to this. So we're gonna find out. Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Okay, so, rigor mortis took 3 hours to set in. From there, she completed her waxwork in 30 minutes. Then it was apparently first light, or about to be. So, if we extrapolate that, she did her waxwork making from 4 to 4:30, approximately. And then rigor mortis took 3 hours to set in, so he was dead at 1 a.m., not midnight. There's a 1 hour discrepancy here. Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame. With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. Alright.
Objection!
Nope. Would be at odds somehow with the evidence. No.
Hold it!
Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning lights, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too, then? I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh? The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which meant that it would have been at around 4 when you began your sculpting work. Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So, that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Sithe went along with Drummer's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, Uncovering what the professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described where the corpse becomes stiff after death. I already did this one. I still want to present the autopsy report. I feel like that's important. Maybe I present it to the fact of rigor mortis rather than...
Hold it!
Fuck. I meant to present. I meant to present. Actually, let me examine this article. Man rises from the blame. Was the ball mass to blame for the Great Blaze? The fire that engulfed the popular theater continues to draw attention as reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theater's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. The theater had been under lease to famed magician John Henry Anderson, and there is some speculation that the blame for the fire lay... Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. Mad Sheep Rampage. Unexplained phenomenon grips Oxter Redfern. Nambla. Oh. Odie? Asp? Odie, Asp. Whatever. Very interesting.
Objection!
Yeah, I was presenting it for the wrong statement. Madame Two Spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Quoi? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Two Spells was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No! If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Yeah, that's correct, Crimson. She went to the grave site to view the body before it was interred. Order! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly! Not only do you indict the author of this report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck! Extraordinary! Not my day!
Objection!
Doesn't have to be Drebber, but it does make sense. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night, without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Sithe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Counsel, present the evidence at once.
Oh right, she would have been 16 at the time. Alright. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
Take that!
What have we here?
Objection!
Before considering the night of the execution, I would strongly advise the defense to concentrate on what is happening right now in this courtroom. What?
Wait, the next time you present such a nonsensical article, counsel...
Let's try that again.
Take that!
Sorry, I wanted to link the camera and the blood on it so badly, but I can't do that just yet. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool! That's simply a rumor published by the Gutter Press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed. Mais oui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
I mean, we know it's Enoch Drebber, guys. Come on.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber!
The previous witness?
The special exhibit in the House of Horror at Madame Two-Spell's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Order! 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 Surely not, counsel.
Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery.
What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
Of
course, Madame Two-Spells doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No! But that would mean... Madame Two-Spells. It would appear that you know the name Enoch Drebber. Oui. Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my. Good gracious!
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course.
He was the gravedigger? I mean, that's why he has the shovel, right?
The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown in the court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me! Yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London, and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable.
When I read the article, I meant to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you? Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and his face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Sithe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Sithe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. That misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Sithe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Sithe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sithe both take the stand together. Order! 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 Very well. I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Sithe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then. Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sithe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Sithe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, there's even a hint of wrongdoing, no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles. I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Van Zieks is great, I love him. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Sithe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence. But we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. And you don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Two Spells, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. When at the time not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Ooh, she mad. God, Drebber also has an amazing theme. So many amazing themes in this game. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. Although, you'll have to pardon me, I need to take a quick bio break. And this is probably a good point to do so. So, uno the mas, as they say in the business. Do 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 do. What? Halftime entertainment? We don't need that. Yeah. Let's get our stream set up properly now. Away that goes. All right. I suppose I should have let it go on the music so there'd be some music. Oh, best Toa. Everyone vote for the best Toa. Toa from HoloLive, obviously. Or, Toa from D4DJ. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall they say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But, so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes. Ugh. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sithe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument? Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Berkeley Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So, you are one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale! You would invite divine retribution, sir! Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. Sketch that right in front of me as I describe the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. Alright. Let's press this bastard.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade? But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital? A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you revealed this apparent behavior. Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Yes, the illustration.
Hold it!
The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetched the police at the time, you see. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big, with the London News. But unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then? Well... Thinking back now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor at all, though.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Dude's just vibing out here in the courtroom. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it! I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night? I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo, I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Soon afterward, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Two-Spells, of course. Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and, comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. Excuse me. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame? His camera. Oh, yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To recall the details of the body I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Two-Spells way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Hold it!
This article, you mean? published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the Dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's path that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there'd be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly. Oh, I was at 9 viewers at one point. I go down to 2 once I take a bathroom break. Really? Really? Alright. Let's present the camera.
Objection!
Not to this stand, I guess. Spot of moonlighting. Based on what I witnessed that night. Never saw him at all. Bell's just here. There's some very dark blood. Alright, so now I don't know what to do here. Isn't it incredible to think that this is the actual camera Mr. Drebber used that night? I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display in Madame Two Spells. She's very keen on everything being as true to life as possible, though, isn't she? There's got to be something else here, right? Right? I don't know. Feel like maybe the article's the answer? That's, like, I see the signature here, Odie Asman. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out and suddenly, from behind, the bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth was then finally released from the scream. The university student who figured the shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Objection!
Huh, I really do have to present the article. Okay, so I was on the right track. I needed to present, you know, I just didn't have the right order of things. Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Ah! Sometimes it is the most obvious stuff. Yeah, it's the stuff you've thought you've established, but you haven't actually established in the court yet. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Drebber? It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Yes, well, I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me!
Thank you, madame. Madame Two Spells? Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Ooh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Ugh. Please, Madame Two Spells, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort!
No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot.
Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up!
That will do. Mr. Drebber.
Yes?
You refute the account. You refute the account just given by Madame Two-Spells.
I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on! Do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it best you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well.
Man, even Van Zeeks is getting sick of it. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering blood.
Hold it!
Yet Madame Two-Spells has testified that you told her about both of those details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. Ugh. Tell me, Madame Two-Spells. Oui? What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently spattered on him? Alors, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart. One dreadful sight after another. And since Monsieur Drebber was at the time facing toward the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and spattered on his body. That is what he told me. So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Precisely. And I didn't forget it, because, as I've already said, it never happened, in the first place. He is clearly lying. If only I had some evidence to prove it. We can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small. Well, this ain't a small detail. Alright. Are we finally gonna crack this egg? Overshot. Crack that egg.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland. My colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord! Are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Sithe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Two-Spells' testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb! Ugh. Ah! There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. Take care, Crimson. Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, Counsel, who is it then? Who is the witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Sithe. Sithe? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal!
Objection!
This is beyond a joke! Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Sithe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Sithe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asmund with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Oh, he's mad now. He's let down the boot. Lord Van Zeeks? Pray, forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me! It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Consider what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. Broke is a character all on his own, Silver. rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asmund at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asmund's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means, Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asmund. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury loses their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Oh man, I love how Masked Man just dodges that. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Drebber? I'm gonna make his quick save here. There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Wait, what? Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed. Okay, so I knew it was going to be the newspaper article. I wasn't sure what the second piece would be. So, let's take a good look through all my stuff and see if I can find anything that helps me out. The crossbow. I don't know. The evidence when cross-referenced with the newspaper article establishes a motive for the deed. So I'm going to go check the article again. And a resident of its student dorms. God, I don't know what to present. Examine the contract. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna present the contract.
Take that!
I'm gonna do this because they have the same signature. That's why. That's literally all I can think of. So, hopefully I'm right. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. Seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? Again, things I have established that the court hasn't established. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And, if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes! They're identical! In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published by Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman. Now that's a damn
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. And that was the only paper with a bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. And is Castlevania okay with Phoenix Wright stealing one of their characters? Madame Two Spells is Madame Two Spells. She is Lenny's wifey. And then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. Thank you for establishing your motive in court, Drebber. I appreciate it. And thank you, stenographers, for keeping track of all that. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So, Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it is a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So, you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life! What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypothesis anyways. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all. Good gracious! Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do! Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it! What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? Could it be this science trophy for young excellence? Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is... Finally, he's gonna fold. Hold it! Oh, it was her. Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good lord! Dr. Sithe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Sithe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. And there was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Alright, confession, we did it. We broke them. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. She's hot, we can let her off easy? No, we can't. Justice. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing. At all. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! Order! 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 Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secrets, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeek's. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Sithe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. But we haven't proved Enoch Drebber's guilt. Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sithe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is...
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume. What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth. In a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes. In hindsight. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Yep, we're not letting this trial end. We're here for the truth. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court, to pursue the whole truth of the case, until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sithe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case it escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks? Prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You'll what? Lord Van Zeeks? This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Sithe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. Oh, this is getting ridiculous. I love it. Oh my god. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instruction, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. She's hot and she cooperated, so she's free to go. No. There's a reason why you're not a judge, Silver. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared, you did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower, instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption! Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. You must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose? Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. Tch, what is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Alright.
Hold it!
Let's press some statements. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that. So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where, then, was the victim's body? The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instruction, was beneath the experimentation stage.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick, then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim in the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork? I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Dreba and returned to Madame Two Spells. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage? Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. The body had yet to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmund. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage, and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. We established that Odie Asmund was the man who ruined his life. He was going to be a great scientist, but instead he was forced to work in the shadows and do dubious things because Odie Asmund ruined his reputation. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word! What is it, Miss Usato? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe? There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony with is the real cause of death, or what she did to the victim. I mean, I want both, but... How you stab Mr. Asman in the chest. That part. Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Asman with this? Yes. Far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately.
Hold it!
The entire team? In perverting the course of justice? My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. You are a lawyer. I take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on? The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of all this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. If only Cosmo were here. Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility. Blow me down! Dr. Sithe! Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo. So, that's her story. She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. Alright. This is blood. Mr. Asman's, no doubt. The This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. I don't know what to do here. This might be a bit trickier than you think. Yes. Is there any traces of evidence on this mask? So where's the second bird cage? I've got an idea. It's not a good idea, but I've got an idea.
Objection!
Okay, I had the wrong idea. Okay, so here's how the fabrication worked. There was a waxwork model in a balloon. That waxwork model was that of the professor. When the thing happened, Enoch shot the balloon down. It came crashing into the crystal tower and landed there. The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, was on the stage the entire time and dropped to his death from 30 feet below. Then, Dr. Courtney Sithe here doctored the scene and changed where the victims' bodies were. So the waxwork was moved out of the way, and the victim, Mr. Odie Asman, was moved to the crystal tower, making it seem like he had teleported from one place to another. But yeah, he was dropped from the stage. Let me press this.
Hold it!
I wanna check the other statement, see if I can get something out of it. Merely carrying out the engineer's instructions. In his words, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asman. Without any routines where Asman had fallen. That's right. I leaned down over the birdcage and opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. I think I want the other statement, actually. After that, it was simply a matter of recording the stab wound as the cause of death on the autopsy report. The real cause of death being the fall, of course. I'm sure there's something here in this testimony. You know, if you think it would be appropriate, I'm sure you could ask Dr. Sithe to change the supplementary testimony she gave you before. I'm gonna change it. See if that helps. Dr. Sithe, what you said before about the real cause of death, I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asman suffered from the 30-foot fall. But what if the actual cause of death was the screwdriver being stabbed into him? What if he didn't die from the fall?
Objection!
Nope. God, this is tricky. Alright.
Hold it!
I didn't press this, yeah. You're quite sure of that? It was as a result of a broken neck? Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well. I might need a hint, honestly. So I would just need evidence to prove otherwise on the statements. Something call into question the assessment of his death. I mean, we've already known that she's tried to cover up a secret, so... The question is... The point you want her to talk about is how she stabbed him. Okay.
Hold it!
So... Oh. Your heart should be on your left side, yes. It's pretty close to center mass, but yes. Very well. Alright, come on. Stood over the victim's corpse, where it lay in the toppled cage, and plunged the screwdriver in his chest. Okay. I mean, there is a stab wound in his chest. That much is to be said. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. That doesn't seem to discredit the facts. This is before he was dead, so... Can't really say anything about that one. Nothing else on this piece of glass, is there? No. That's not gonna help. Like, part of me wonders how the hell she got down there, but like, if she stabbed him while he was lying down, then something isn't adding up here. Was there no room for this to topple over? Is that it? Really? Is it simply because the birdcage was standing straight up? That's so dumb. Yeah, the blood went... God, that is... Ugh.
Objection!
Really? I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Sithe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in the photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency in the witness's statement? Do. Who would wear glasses like this, honestly?
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction, towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Of course! No! That's not what happened! Exactly, my lord. Dr. Sithe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage and out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim really had been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in this picture is inconceivable! Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Sithe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication! I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Sithe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Sithe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony? The answer is very simple, if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible! The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Sithe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Yeah, now she's just a murderer. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Sithe. Order! 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 Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to be an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder! Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all this up! As if I would do something like that!
Objection!
I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Yo, I've been here the entire time. Ha! Logic! Don't make me laugh. Sorry, I'm really good at that, though. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it! What? What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion, to theft, to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Sithe there. Just my eyes and ears, and my mouth and nose, I guess. There's a few other ones as well, but I'd rather not talk about them on this stream. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. Murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
No. When you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once! Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Sithe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Okay, The Iron Mask? Like, that's all I can think of. Nothing else makes sense. Unless it's... What scalpels? I don't recall any scalpels being at the scene anywhere. Like, scalpels in her office? None of these make any sense. I don't know. Whatever. Let's say scalpels. Why not? It's a scalpel. Or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? I vaguely remember exploring her office and her reacting strangely. So, if nothing else makes sense, whatever remains must be the truth. It appeared that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You! Come on, out with it! Oh, I lost I lost my controller for a second. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh, right, her creepy-ass ledger with 500 scalpels a month. That's ridiculous. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various... Holy crap. It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Sorry, most of what I remember from the investigation was the anti-gravity room and Enoch Drever's workshop. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. $500 scalpels a month! At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asmon's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Oh, fuck, am I dropping frames now? Really? What is causing it? Seriously? Seriously, game? Come on. Internet, please, hold on. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account. Oh, fuck. Logic Internet strikes again. No, it's still striking. It's picking and choosing its moments, but it's still striking. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going. Would be